Excuse me a minute. That wasn't quite a minute. Excuse me a minute. I don't know what it was, it was accidental. Come on. Come on a minute. Thank you. Zelda. It's to fight off evil. Oh look. There's not anyone in this country unless they've been up all night. Maybe someone with positive letters. It's not. Oh no, it's not. I can tell now. Yeah, come here, that's it. Oh look. Just leave that running. See how many it gets to today. Right, kind of a bit more blowing there, don't you? They're just the red crystals that we look at what we're doing here because of ridicule or this sort of thing.
La With Get Your Guide, choose from over 100,000 things to do in one app. Follow expert tour guides all over the world to local hidden gems and get exclusive access to iconic attractions. Get Your Guide, unforgettable travel experiences.
Make more of mornings with Arla Skyr.
Tsukishima, Super Pause. Elvis sound to them. With Buddha on. So it's almost like a good. Nothing like coming out of me like, but it's like crunching. Nose from it. Do that again though. We'll come back and get some bread. Milk. It's that awful thing came back. Honestly, if I've done that, this humiliation thing, I want to like grab hold of them, take them to a place where they'll never do that again. I'll go put them in a church, sit there and tell them to go and confess all the sins. Or to a mosque or to synagogue, wherever they're from. Like as far as whatever church they go to, like take them to that building so they can go and ask for some forgivenesses. I mean, I don't know how many messages you've got so far. Messages from some other people who want to go and try and release their sins in whatever place they go to, whatever building they're upstairs. But as soon as like I put that on, see it, I just turn my telly back over to this, because see it gets to like number 5 and it was like, oh, I don't know, I just sat down. Oh, it drains me. Unless it's someone like with just like bad intentions. There's no need for it. At all, like. Do you know what I mean? It's like whoever it was, who gave you the right for you to determine that I need some humiliation tactic when you didn't even know in moments of my life. You just go, oh yeah, give him that. Have you had it? Have you done it? Whoever's done it, whoever's put it there? Bet you haven't. Won't give it yourself for an hour. Just 1 hour. This is like day 5. Day 5. Can you believe it, Shinty? Ooh, she do. She do, she do, she do. Okay, smirking. I mean, doesn't it help, like, with, I know it's probably not, like, intended. You've ever, like, you know, like, kind of keep going, saying it again. Because I'm not speaking it. It's coming into my mind, I've not put it there, like, puts it, like, makes it more, like, intense, because it's like little kids are kind of, like, hearing it and stuff. It's not what I put in my head, it's what I put in my head. I've never had it, I would know. If it's what, like, I would, like, know, because it's, like, it's all foreign to me. As in, I've never been to that place where it's in my head. It's not like there, like the other day. But it's never been to my head either. I've never been there and it's never been here. The stuff that goes in is coming out of it sometimes now in my mind. That's had a bang, I'm just trying to get it through there. Oh, I got shot. So, get a punch bag or something, but don't start punching the punch bag if it's sweating some of it out of me. What, a minute? Say hello. doing salutes to that house, and then we started making a rhyme, like, and come out a bit wrong. When I was at shop. Sorry. I'm going, you know, no. It's been a minute. Doing salutes to that house, like, you know, like, none of them, like, horror thoughts, not even thoughts. It's not a thought of mine. I hope they're not, like, I hope they're not getting beamed into anybody's head, like, but either that, like, they're close and just trying to give that guy directions and had a bit of peace with him yesterday. Just giving a salute, like, you know, just for in case any of the bad thoughts are going into their place as well. It's not even bad thoughts, like you say, it's not even a thought, it's not an imagination of anything, it's just something that's been broadcast into my brain. Just put my head in. Peace. Peace on earth. It's what I'm about, that. Like for everyone. There's a council of angels and still thinking about what to do about the hammer. Not like either not angels or they don't know how to like rechange words. God has to do it for him, like where we can like have our own words maybe. I don't know. Because they sounded like the Ku Klux Klan or Adolf Hitler, the white brotherhood. That's what that is, isn't it? I'm not into that, man. I think it's disgusting. The only thing that I found funny about that, but I've never seen the film, is the guy, like, I've only seen it advertised, and it looked like it might be quite funny. It's like that undercover clan guy, it's that guy. I've only seen the clips of it, like, it's a comedy, so that's why I was laughing then thinking about that. It's like, that's the only thing that I could possibly ever watch that I'd find like humorous, considering that load of racists. And it's like either one of the Wayneses or Martin Lawrence. I'm not quite sure. Looks like it'd be quite funny, like, but even that, I'm just not interested in watching it, like, really, because just what the source matter is of it, like, but, you know, not into all that, mainly racism, hate, you know, like, you know, I'm not homophobic or nothing, as well, like, I'm not saying, oh, nothing, I'm not saying that, like, I just mean any form of hate I'm not into. Not like hating myself either, but when these things come in like that, it makes me sick. The thing is, like, because I know it's not my words and that, it's not going to be the end of me. But if it was the end of me today, and that was like going in something to take with me, I'd probably be in that lower astral realm or something, like someone vile. So if whoever's put it in, think about that as well. He's putting it in there like it's a game, and then when it comes to like passing over and stuff, have you got that game in your head for your day, like whenever that comes, whoever has done it? It's not right otherwise. It's not right anyway. But someone who's doing that hasn't had it themselves, then it's disgraceful. There's no grace in it at all, whatever someone's done there. It's disgraceful against races, and we're only one.
Hallelujah.
That one's like that. I like the proper one. No. Chance of the Gnostics. Loboya. Oh, Loboya. 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 Shit, this. Shit, dude. forget. I forgot some lockets. In mementos. I've always just been like that since I went to bed last night, and then all day today just went
I can't get no sleep.
Right, it's bedtime. Your Wi-Fi's going off.
Switch off neutral tone with EE Wi-Fi neutral. This is new EE.
Remember Pluto? That non-planet planet that some people still believe is a planet. Well, today we're going to discuss Pluto once again with some of the recent somewhat surprising discoveries coming out of several studies. Mostly discoveries coming from its
I followed New Horizons to
what's
Pluto.
going on inside, but also a bit
On
of
my
its
phone.
history and a little bit more about its partner, Charon. With a lot of this based on many mysteries that suddenly revealed themselves back in 2015.
And then after I'd gone past Pluto,
When the
and
New
he
Horizons
was
probe
picking another site
and took some really
for it.
cool shots.
It's like,
And so hold on for a
I'm not sure which one they picked, but he was going, as he was sent it there, it's in like, picked up some other detections, like on his sensors and all that. And then as it got close to it,
sometimes referred to as
the New Horizons satellite all got shut
It's kind
down.
of hard to unsee this because the solar
And then
system
as it got past it,
But anyway, since the original
it all got
discovery,
turned back on again.
was basically one of the biggest mysteries. How exactly did it form, and whatever?
As if like something stopped it from scanning it.
And this is strange for so many reasons. First of all, it seems to be the brightest surface feature on the entire dwarf planet, and seems to contain no craters inside of it, while also being relatively rich
Oh, it's the heart.
carbon monoxide and methane.
It's half of the heart. It's like the yin-yang heart.
Because this was a relatively young looking feature, potentially less than 10 million years old, this basically suggested geological activity, which by the way is
Pluto.
one of the main reasons some scientists still believe that this is a planet. Geological activity is difficult to explain without something being a planetary object. But
So I
that's
think,
beside the point. You can actually learn about some
it's called
of the origins
something.
in one of the videos in the description.
can't think of
And the
it.
scientists we've known about some kind of information here for nearly 6 decades, since some of the original observations of Pluto. But
So Pluto's got a heart on it. There's a yin-yang moon around Saturn.
in the last 70 years. And that basically implies that maybe this is
Enceladus.
active even now. But in order to understand how it's active and why it's active, it's obviously important to understand how it formed. Nothing similar seems to exist anywhere else in the solar system, or at least not to such extent. And so in order to solve the mystery of the Pluto's heart and the larger region where it's
I love
located,
space and that.
Sputnik Planitia,
Like the
the
planets
researchers
and
with paper you can find in
all the
Yale
stars and stuff.
decided to focus on computer simulation
peaceful.
and modeling, with main assumption here being that it's a result of an impact. But not just any impact, an impact in the distant parts of the solar system where things usually play out a little bit differently. And though this is obviously
I'm quite good at science,
such a
like some
proposition has
science,
been,
like
the main difference here is an extremely
biology,
model that focuses
some
on
physics, like
between icy bodies
quite good
and
at
far reaches of the solar system. Here, because things are
planetary
so far away from the
physics
sun,
and
generally things move much
stuff
slower,
like that.
with most objects mostly being ice as well. Solid ice
Math,
that's
mathematics,
relatively slow.
mathematics,
And so by using
mathematical
theoretical hydrodynamic simulation and by trying
sport,
to simulate impacts from different
history.
angles, and also by changing the size of impactors,
It's just
at
like,
some point, the researchers were able to recreate
just English I'm not very good at.
similar to Sputnik Planitia, with the results suggesting
Amazing.
at relatively slow velocities, but also
The reason it could
and possibly happening relatively
get the words out of it is just like being grown up
with a
here.
collider over 700 kilometers in diameter, basically just kind of landing on the surface without melting or liquefying any parts of Pluto, letting this impactor kind of sink into Pluto without really changing much of the surface, except for that one particular location that we now refer to as Sputnik Planitia. And it might have even sank all the way into the core, where it might actually still be even today. And so here the simulation suggests that this object never really disappeared, never really got melted, and is probably still there. But more importantly, this also suggests that Pluto is unlikely to have a subsurface ocean. And so because this ancient impactor potentially displaced a lot of the Pluto's core and even mixed with it, while also displacing a lot of the mantle in the process, it might have also affected any ancient ocean that was here before. But since it hasn't moved much since then, it also implies the ocean might not be there. Or if it is there, it's extremely small and extremely thin. Or actually more realistically, and this is coming from a different study, it might not be a kind of a global ocean, with Pluto instead having unusual pockets of liquid water somewhere under the surface. And this evidence comes from something else discovered somewhat recently. This is based on the observations from the crater you see right here. And it turns out that this is not just any kind of a crater, it seems to be a volcanic crater. It's now referred to as Kiladze caldera. A caldera also located in a somewhat similar region, and it seems to be an enormous cryovolcano that potentially erupted many times, spewing out huge amounts of cryolava, covering an enormous region in the process. But unlike typical lava, cryovolcanoes usually contain a lot of water, but also a lot of additional components such as ammonia and even amino acids that we usually associate with life. But ammonia in this case is
Hey, football's like a dance. It's like
Now
a
these formations are
fluid
they've been detected around
dancing game of chess.
the famous ones being on Ceres, and of course the moons of Saturn, such as Enceladus. But these eruptions very likely happened in the last
soccer.
millions of years, so
Done till it's full
still
time.
pretty active. with the obvious question being, okay, so where exactly did all of this come from? What's producing this cryolava? And so combined with the result from this recent study, we can only really make one conclusion. Instead of having a large uniform ocean underneath, Pluto seems to have subsurface pockets of liquid water, basically representing tiny seas, with one of them very likely being or underneath this crater. But what exactly keeps this water from freezing is of course unknown. The other parts of
Like, you're gonna get a bit cool.
a long time ago, and so the
It's got loads of physics to it.
is extremely
Like,
likely.
just good at like working out some solar system physics and stuff like that.
You were made to commune with the gods. You were made to tell you when prices drop back to Earth.
Well,
This is a pretty exciting discovery,
Sun
especially
is
because this
rising.
is one of the biggest cryovolcanoes in the entire solar system, competing
Well,
for that title with
it's
other
risen.
uniform objects like Ceres and Enceladus. It's just still a little bit larger and potentially more powerful. But when it comes to oceans, there was another discovery coming from Pluto's partner, Charon, and specifically an explanation to unusual condition on the surface of Charon this year. Various chasms and various ridges that Pluto does
these
not
lockets
see,
and those
but that we
like
have seen on other objects in the solar system.
felt congested though,
And
like
Charon is even formed
couple of days now.
it seems to go around the entire object and basically kind of divides the planet into two parts. And though at first it was believed to be maybe a sign of a collision, a much more likely explanation comes from the recent paper that basically suggests once again that this is a sign of an ocean. But in this case, a frozen ocean. An ocean that used
Oh,
to
they've got a bit back.
possibly even for millions of years, but that over time froze and
Well, that shop's closed.
expanded, creating a large amount of stress, which resulted in a lot of pressure building up inside, which then forced the water to escape. And that's simply because water, when it's heated,
I'd have massive carbs if it was any further away.
inside an object like Charon,
We want to stop and forget.
causing a
I've always been like that.
on the surface. And so that's kind of what we observe here, pretty much all over the surface. With all of these features basically being signs of escaping water that was being pushed by the ice forming inside. And so in other words, this object was also very active volcanically. It had a lot of cryovolcanoes, but most of this happened
It's a lifelong of playing football.
and that's because scientists believe that there was just nothing inside Charon to prevent freezing.
That's what I like it.
Even though Pluto and Charon
Didn't even like it.
one another, they don't actually produce a lot
Yeah.
of tidal effects.
Didn't
because
feel that,
they
actually.
influence each other and are essentially
It's nothing though, it's only like 30 minutes or something like that.
friction form inside these objects, and so there's no heat produced. And this is something
Well,
that
for
happened
me-
very early
for me,
on,
like,
implying that these objects were
It's not so easy for some people, I know that.
and though
It's
there were
weird.
probably oceans in both of them,
Because they play
initially,
football and
as they
stuff.
froze, the pressure from the inside started to form all sorts of features on the surface. And so intriguingly, the vast majority of features on the surface of Charon really seem to be the result of the ocean freezing, causing the
I'm gonna go-
cryolava to heat and to then break apart huge parts of the surface.
We'll go get some bit back.
These objects seem to have a lot of geological formations that potentially are the result of ocean activity. But what's interesting is that neither one of them seems to have active oceans inside, which is somewhat surprising because somewhat recent discoveries from two other objects on the outskirts, the objects like Makemake, you can actually learn about this in the description below, do suggest active oceans inside of those objects. And because those objects are even farther away and technically even colder, currently there is no explanation for why some dwarf planets have nothing inside and some seem to have oceans even today. And so basically there's still a bit of a mystery. Why do some of these smaller objects have something inside, yet some have frozen and remain completely still? But since there's no answer right now, we'll come back and talk more about this once there are additional discoveries. Anyway, on that note, all of the studies and links should be in the description below. Check out some of the previous videos on discoveries from Pluto or from other similar objects in some of the videos right there. Thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
And then that was on the shops. Smells like she was going on a night out. The only reason in like no, she's in school because Walton like was to do it head down. And there wasn't being perverted or anything then. Just the way it was like looking up, like I've got good peripherals and stuff like so I could see me fingers moving there like. So if anyone's like it's like if you know guys it meant to look like something it wasn't that then. I feel like somehow my vision's coming up on the TV screen or something like that. And my head's getting broadcast out of it. I don't know, it's weird. It's not like it's odd for me because I've never had it before. Because I've never experienced it before, it's like odd for me. Like, not weird. It's not weird. Like I don't mean like weird like that. It sounds like that's just being like it's different for me. Like I've never experienced it before.
Some things on Disney Plus aren't meant for kids. There's been a murder, but fear not.
I have some questions.
Setting up your parental controls is deceptive.
Yeah, like, that's what it's like. My language can fail me sometimes because it can be like some people say things like that, like it's like some kind of skit in it, like I don't mean it like that.
This video has been made possible by one.
Right, it's up proper. So the other day I was trying to find something to smoke.
Not just your house number.
Because I had no bin bags or anything.
Where actually
It's just easy for me just to leave it there rather than going moving it about and stuff.
where is Earth? Why, it's in the solar system between Venus and Mars, you might say. But where is that? The solar system is the main part of the Oort cloud, a vast collection of comets, asteroids, and icy objects swirling at the fringes of the sun's sphere of influence. The Oort cloud resides in the local interstellar cloud, which is in the local cavity of the Orion of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way is a spiral galaxy with beautiful, sweeping arms of millions upon millions of stars, all rotating around a bright galactic core with a dark, supermassive black hole at its center. At over 100,000 light years across, the Milky Way is vast, but it is still just a sliver of what we can see. Zoom out further, and you'll see a local group with 30 to 50 small galaxies and a monster on a collision course, the Andromeda Galaxy. Twice the size of the Milky Way, Andromeda is speeding towards us. We will collide in a few years, tearing each other apart before coalescing into one. But when you zoom out even further, the impending collision of two galaxies is inconsequential. At the scale of millions of light years, the structure of the Virgo supercluster, a collection of thousands of galaxies, becomes apparent. And dwarfing even that is the Laniakea supercluster, hundreds of millions of light years across, containing several other superclusters like our Virgo, and which is itself part of the Pisces-Cetus supercluster complex, a galactic filament almost a billion light years long. And it is now that the cosmic web becomes visible. There are more filaments like our own, as well as great strings of superclusters. There are also giant stretches of space with virtually nothing in them. Like the Boötes Void, an area 330 million light-years across in which we have discovered barely 60 galaxies. An ink blot on the speckled sky. Zooming out further, we finally reach the edge of the observable universe, where primordial light has been traveling since nearly the beginning of time, 13.8 billion years, to reach our eyes. But Since then, of course, the universe has expanded further, meaning that the true distance to the edge is about 46 billion light-years in one direction, meaning the full observable universe is a sphere 93 billion light-years in diameter. Structures any larger than a few billion light-years are hard to define without current technology, partially because we are trying to map something we inhabit, and partially because there may well be a limit, something scientists call the end of greatness. But at every level up to this point, planets, solar systems, galaxies, clusters, superclusters, the universe is full of structure. It is not a random and chaotic jumble. It seems organized. Yet the universe started as a hot, dense soup of particles. Why should it now be structured? Why did that hot soup evolve into a universe where some parts are filled with beautiful, sweeping arms of stars, while others are barren deserts? And more importantly, how do we know? How did we start this channel? To begin with, a lot of research and in-depth exploration of the universe's first moments. A huge part of that was done through Wondrium, the educational subscription service. And I'm not exaggerating. Wondrium used to be called Great Courses Plus, which made university-level lecture series, and they've now expanded to contain even more content. From travelogues and tutorials to long-form documentaries, Wondrium is now the best place for all your high-quality, enjoyable content that is guaranteed to make you smarter. One great example of this is Sean Carroll's peerless lecture series, Dark Matter, Dark Energy. I am currently on my third listen through, and I learn something new each time. 24 half-hour cosmology lectures given by the best science communicator out there. For example, it really helped me understand the reasoning behind the theory of inflation. Just superb, and only one of many other courses on offer. I'm not exaggerating when I say that without Wondrium, this channel may not have existed. It is the best educational subscription service out there, and they're giving viewers a great offer of a free trial. So get the fantastic education I did by heading over to wondrium.com/history of the universe. Thanks to Wondrium for supporting education on YouTube. The year is 1502, and Nicolaus Copernicus should be studying medicine in Padua. It is the center for medical education in Europe. All the best teachers and students gather there to learn how to heal the sick. But Nicolaus is a polymath. He is learning medicine, but he's also reading Aristotle and Plutarch and Plato and finding holes in Ptolemy's theories in his spare time. Finishing his degree, he returns home to Poland to work as a physician for his father, though he doesn't forget about the cosmos or our place in it. And so, it is a decade later that he writes a pamphlet outlining his now ubiquitous theory. We are not the center of the universe. The Earth orbits the Sun, just like all the other planets. We are not special. Nicolaus knows the uproar this will cause, so he doesn't publish right away. It is only in his 70th year, some say it's actually on his deathbed, that he approves the final copy, that the book finally comes out. And it shakes the very foundations of science, astronomy, philosophy, and religion. An idea so dangerous and fantastical that its proponents would be persecuted for decades after its publication. The heretical notion that our Earth is just the third planet among many. At the time, it was a shocking thought, but it marked only the beginning of a larger revelation. For if we were just some planet orbiting a random star, what does that make us? Not special. It's a sad realization at first, but when we think deeper, it opens up a world of possibilities. If we are not special, what else is out there? Who else is out there to discover? Known as the Copernican principle, the idea is now a bedrock of modern cosmology and has two related tenets. The Earth is not special. We don't occupy some privileged position in the universe. Therefore, observations from the Earth should be relatively representative of observations from anywhere. One modern-day discovery that backed up this claim was the detection of a cosmic microwave background, or the CMB. Fuzzy background static, it permeates the sky, no matter in which direction you look. No matter how powerful your telescope, if you keep zooming in on part of the sky with nothing in it, you will still detect faint microwave radiation, always with almost the same wavelength. Emitted at a time close to the beginning of the universe, at the moment when matter cooled down enough for protons to capture electrons and become clear gas, it is everywhere. In this regard, our bit of the universe is clearly not special. Outer space, no matter which direction you look, has a temperature of about 2.7 degrees Kelvin. It doesn't matter if you are floating in outer space near the Milky Way or past distant Methuselah. The average temperature of empty space is about the same. But there is an obvious issue with this, and one that doesn't require a high-powered telescope to recognize. Our cosmic address is full of huge structures. Galaxies, superclusters, great walls of stars, hundreds of millions of light years across, and great voids with nothing in them. The universe clearly isn't totally uniform. We aren't special, but there are structures. All large-scale structure in the universe can be explained by two opposing forces, expansion and gravity. The universe started hot and dense, and then underwent three phases of expansion. The first lasted a fraction of a second and was extreme. This is called inflation. It then continued to expand in a second stage for several billion years at a more reasonable rate, cooling down, spreading out, and slowing its expansion. And in the last few billion years, it has entered a third stage, in which expansion has accelerated again. And so what is responsible for these shifting regimes of expansion? The initial inflation has been theorized to have been caused by a mysterious field called the inflaton. The latter expansion, a mysterious energy, so baffling it's simply known as dark energy. In truth, we don't know for sure, but what we are sure of is the existence of gravity, which has spent billions of years battling against the quickening expansion. When a part of the early universe became a bit denser, that overdensity attracted more matter, which consequently made it more massive, and so gravity acted even stronger to bring more matter in. Clouds of dust and gas became stars, which clumped into galaxies, and so on. It was and is gravity doing what gravity does, at its most basic level. Problem solved, but not quite. Because you can't start this process with a totally even universe. Just where did the first overdensities come from?
With Get Your Guide, choose from over 100,000 things to do in one app. Follow expert tour guides all over the world to local hidden gems and get exclusive access to iconic attractions. Get Your Guide, unforgettable travel experiences.
I'm starting to think this was a bad idea. We could find something better on Etsy's new gift mode. What?
Save way more at Pure Gym with 50% off your first month and no joining fee for a limited time only.
Hey there, friend. You know, if you're looking for your best summer, you won't find it by scrolling non-stop. No. To get access to the biggest events, stop searching and just scan your next Coke for a chance to unlock your pass to an endless summer.
The best answers we have now started to be revealed with space telescopes in the late 1980s, and the race to map the entire universe to higher and higher resolution. The Cosmic Background Explorer, COBE, was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in Southern California by NASA in 1989. The Cold War was ending, and a new era of cooperation between global superpowers was about to begin. better way to start this new era than the first baby picture of the universe? Kobe had a bold mission: take detailed images of the entire celestial sphere and tell us how uniform the background radiation really is. And so on April the 24th, 1992, the results were plastered on the front page of the New York Times. Scientists report profound insight on how time began. Kobe had mapped tiny variations, anisotropies, in the cosmic microwave background radiation. They were very small, just 1 part in 100,000, but they were there. This blockbuster result won 2 Nobel Prizes in 2006 for 2 of the lead astronomers on the telescope, John C. Mather and George F. Smoot, with the Nobel Committee marking it as the birth of cosmology as a precise science. The success of Kobe led NASA to launch another telescope in 2001 called the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP. This further proved the blockbuster capabilities of space telescopes, and instead of a vague smear of under and over-dense regions, WMAP was able to tell fine structure, and patterns started to emerge. So again, in 2009, the Planck satellite was launched by the European Space Agency to get an even better picture of the baby universe. Each successive experiment kept demonstrating the same principle. There were tiny fluctuations in the very early universe, which, after being stretched out by expansion and clumped by gravity, led to the structures we see today. And there are dozens of other experiments, telescopes and satellites, each discovering and mapping new parts of this structure. Back on Earth, one of the best telescopes for mapping the universe is the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Perched on a mountain in New Mexico, this telescope creates a map of the whole sky in an unusual way. First, the astronomers take a regular optical image. Then, they create an aluminium plate with a precise hole drilled for each star or other astronomical object in the image. They then run a fiber optic cable from each of the holes in the
Even smoking rollies yesterday, though.
find the colours of the stars, and therefore find out how far away they are and how fast they're moving. These rainbow collecting aluminium plates are each custom drilled and capture a unique slice of the universe. So far,
Yeah, no, man, I forgot this stuff.
by combining data from different surveys,
That's alright, that's alright.
astronomers managed to define Laniakea,
There's-
our local supercluster.
So they may live in here, I've lived on
Thousands of
streets
galaxies
and people
all bound
get
together
like
by gravity. And
houses and
universe
stuff.
maps are filled with many more fantastical places. Of course, stretching out from our own local group of galaxies is the Virgo supercluster, whose tendrils connect
comes
to the
down to-
Centaurus supercluster. Beyond that is the Perseus Pisces
It's like a thing in like
supercluster,
that.
and the South Pole Wall, which stretches across over 1 billion light years. And the Sloan Great Wall is about 1 billion light years in the other direction, a pretty mammoth structure. And some astronomers believe that the Milky Way and a large part of Laniakea actually reside within another supermassive void known as KBC, proposed to be almost 2 billion light years in diameter, though its existence is still hotly debated. And even these have been dwarfed by a recent discovery. The giant arc was discovered in 2021 and is about 9 billion light years away. It is thought to span 3.1 billion light years, 3.5% of the observable cosmos, and is so huge it actually challenges our assumptions about the universe on the largest scales. If you zoom all the way out, a pattern appears. Filaments tie together into walls and clusters with large voids hanging between them. But what is the structure of this web? Is it like meatballs of matter in a soup of emptiness, or pancakes of matter arranged at jaunty angles? Surprisingly, answering this seemingly ridiculous question, which kitchen metaphor does the large-scale structure of our universe most resemble, would assess the field of cosmology for decades. Truth, pride, and Nobel Prizes were at stake. At the largest scales, is the universe like a meatball soup, a honeycomb, or a sponge? A grizzled veteran of the Soviet atomic program sits in his office in Moscow, contemplating the universe. How did the large-scale structure of the universe arise, he asks himself. Perhaps his contemplations make him hungry for lunch. On the other side of the world, a mild-mannered Canadian sits in his office in Princeton, contemplating the universe. How do tiny particles become huge galaxies? Similarly, hunger-inducing thoughts. So perhaps he wanders down to the cafeteria for a break. The name of the astronomer in America is Jim Peebles. He would eventually win the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2019 for theoretical discoveries in physical cosmology. He and others of the American school believed that matter in the universe was organized like meatballs in a low-density soup. Matter would attract matter, which would attract more mass, clumping together in roughly spherical assemblies, leaving vast areas of low density. This was a bottom-up approach. The large-scale structure gets formed by clumping small-scale structures. Meanwhile, behind the Iron Curtain, Soviet astronomers were busy developing their own theory. Yakov Zeldovich was the Russian musing in the cosmos. By the 1970s, he was a renowned physicist who had cut his teeth in the Soviet nuclear program before turning his attention to the large-scale structure of the universe. He had developed a theory where the density in the universe was organized in 2D pancakes, and where the pancakes overlapped, you would have galaxy formation. In this way, the large-scale structure comes first, and galaxies are formed from that. In Zeldovich's universe, there are large empty voids with films on the edges of pancakes and clusters where pancakes intersect. Zeldovich was a brilliant scientist with a lot of sway in the Soviet Union, but because of his role, he was rarely, if ever, permitted to leave the USSR. His ideas therefore took longer to disseminate than they might have otherwise. And so at the height of the Cold War, you had Jim Peebles, a soft-spoken Canadian living in the USA, advocating for a universe dominated by meatball clumps, and the Russian school, led by a hardened veteran of the Soviet atomic program, believing in the pancake model. Meatballs versus pancakes. There's no evidence of animosity between the two, but without hard data, each stuck to their own beliefs. But luckily, between them was an unlikely interloper. Martin Rees, an English astronomer who would one day become the UK's astronomer royal. He acted as a sort of go-between for the American and Russian schools. The English were more permissive about which meetings they were allowed to attend than either the Americans or the Russians. And so, Rees's postdoc, a man from Kentucky named Richard Gott, then developed a third theory that better matches the findings of later experiments, like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Gott met Zeldovich at a conference in Estonia, then part of the USSR, in 1977. And this meeting, along with development and observation, would lead to a new understanding of the universe. As recounted by Gott in his book The Cosmic Web, Zeldovich was a character. Always use the medium, he said. In Russia, the watches are not made very well, so when friends get together, they compare the times on their watches. One says 5 minutes to 5, another says 5 o'clock, the other says 11 o'clock. Use the medium. Inspired by the brilliant Soviet, Gott would develop a new theory. The universe is like a sponge. The topology of Gott's universe lies conceptually between the American meatballs and the Russian pancakes. According to him, high-density and low-density regions are connected and complementary. In other words, you could switch high density for low density and it would be the same. As new maps like those from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey became available, this is the structure of the Earth. Neither meatballs nor pancakes, but a sponge. But this is not everything that our telescopes have seen. As our methods of scanning the skies have improved, and we have seen further and further back in time with increasing detail, something strange has been observed. A phenomena referred to by some as the end of greatness. At around 1 billion light years, the universe finally becomes homogeneous. The same everywhere. Large-scale structure disappears. Why?
When it comes to memory and storage, I need high performance, and Cisco has provided that for me.
Intense cleaning foam from your system's football. Give your attack a stronger fragrance for a cleaner fresh another one of the UK.
I'm starting to think this is a bad idea. But I can find a better gift on Etsy's new gift mode. What can I see? Right, I'll do it.
It's a people cage!
Don't panic. Gift easy gift only on Etsy.
She's one of the balls.
Imagine you are in Ecuador, standing on the equator. Look up in the night sky with a powerful telescope and observe the cosmic microwave background radiation in all its majesty. Take a careful measurement of its temperature. Now fly to Indonesia, on the equator, on the exact opposite side of the Earth, and look up. If you take a careful measurement of the temperature of the CMB, you'll find it matches the measurements you took in Ecuador. The light from each point took about 14 billion years to reach you, meaning the points would now be 28 billion light years apart, except that space has been expanding in the intervening years, so they're really much farther away. That, and yet, the universe is only about 13.8 billion years old. But it's simply there hadn't been enough time for the light that you saw in Indonesia to reach the light. So how could they possibly be the same temperature? How could they know what temperature to agree on if they couldn't thermodynamically talk to each other? Perhaps it's a coincidence, so you pick two other random points in the sky. They will also match temperature to within 1 part in 100,000.
The other garden in our last flat, it's worse than what this one was. I didn't have like, when I first moved in, I didn't have any gardening equipment, it's all like gone. So I just had like a piece of stick. And it's just like whacking everything down, like all the brambles and that.
That's the same temperature. And so this poses a fundamental physical challenge. And it is one of the reasons for the development of the idea of inflation. Proposed by Alan Duke in the 1960s.
Sorting it all out. And then like tidying it all up, they're good. Planted grass seed, put grass seed down, sorted the bit out, not this one. That's come naturally through that, but only because I've sorted it. Put seed down and that. It grew dead good. It's all like sounded proper, and then there was a rat nest under the property in the sewers. It was that big. It made me and my neighbour move. But that's the quick. That's the clean animals, rats. You see it? So I'd always like that, like, it looks like cleaning themselves all the time. Look like that. know,
Thomas rushed off.
even though like I wasn't knowing anything, just imagine it. For anyone to have played like that, it'd be Eddie Murphy, like. Shrek and that, because there was a Shrek thing on. It was like yesterday, and then there was like going through names and that, like Eddie Murphy, like the donkey and stuff. Going through all these names, and that thing wasn't coming in at all.
To get access to the
It was just like this, it was just like saying names, like,
for a chance to unlock your pass
and it wasn't coming in. And then it just came back, like a dead bad, like.
Checking your ex on socials, but do you check your credit score regularly? You might get some nasty surprises if you don't. Join 13 million people who stay on top of their credit score with Experian, the UK's most trusted credit score provider. You know the score. Before you do credit, do Experian first.
This is one of the ways that cosmologists can see past the CMB, by deciphering the patterns in its seemingly random distribution. Dark matter is central to this story, and indeed the structuring of the universe that followed. In fact, in a lot of ways, dark matter is the true main character in the narrative of the universe. Yet, lay almost completely undetected until the mid-20th century. Back in 1933, a young and ambitious Swiss astronomer named Fritz Zwicky noticed something odd about the speed of stars in a galaxy. He observed that two independent measures of the mass of a cluster of galaxies were lining up. If he counted up all the stars and added their mass, he got a number 10 times less than if he instead calculated the mass by looking at the speeds of the galaxies in the cluster. He thus concluded that there must be an enormous amount of unseen mass. However, it would be more than 30 years before further evidence would come to light. Pioneering astronomer Vera Rubin set her sights on spiral galaxies. In predicting the motion of stars around the center of galaxies, astronomers had always made three assumptions. 1. Gravity depends on distance and mass. The closer and more massive two objects are, the stronger gravity acts on them. 2. Spiral galaxies have most of their stars in the very bright central regions. And 3. Stars on the edge of galaxies would have less gravity acting on them and would travel more slowly. This is analogous to our own solar system. Most of the mass is contained in the Sun, so the close planets like Mercury, Venus and Earth travel much faster than the gas giants Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. So imagine Vera Rubin's surprise when she observed the speeds of stars in nearby spiral galaxies. She found the relationship between speed and distance traced in a straight line in her graph. Instead of acting like the solar system, the stars on the edges of spiral galaxies traveled just as fast as those in their cores. And so there was a fourth, hidden assumption astronomers were making, which Rubin made explicit. While it was true that spiral galaxies have most of their stars in the central regions, stars don't count only for mass. What count is increasing speed. Normal matter, stars, dust, nebulae, could only account for 15% of the total matter in the universe. So what was this dark matter? The leading theory currently is WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. These would be elementary particles like protons or neutrons, but would have peculiar properties. Like protons, which have a charge and interact with light, these WIMPs would be invisible and only interact with gravity. They would also need to be much heavier or much more numerous in order to become the mass universe. Today, we know that all galaxies except some dwarf galaxies have large halos of matter surrounding them.
What's in it, bud?
But the Milky Way's halo could extend up to 15 times further than the matter we can see. researchers produce particles at particle colliders like the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, the giant vats of noble gases in Antarctica, and other places.
I've lost this then.
Without definitive proof or winning theory. But scientists are hopeful, as dark matter explains so much about the large-scale structure of the universe. It makes everything make sense. The echoes of baryonic shockwaves, the speeds of galaxies, and the patterns, clustering, and the growth of structure across the universe, more than matter, what we see and what we are.
Excuse me, silver balls.
The main role building the universe goes to this mysterious, invisible star. And so, from minuscule quantum fluctuations to galaxy dwarfing sound waves and finally vast tides of dark matter, our Webb's universe was born. Problem solved? Not quite. There are further structural mysteries out there. Mysteries we haven't even begun to unravel. We are all moving in the same direction. We're spinning on the Earth, which is revolving around the Sun, which is spiraling around the galaxy, which itself has motion. But zooming much further out, all the galaxies around us in Laniakea all towards the same point, space. We are all
Let's South Park Smirks.
in the same direction.
Oh yeah.
Scientists study the CMB.
South Park. Little South Park looks like they've done something. I'll do know something a little bit. Now what's gonna happen? It's like no, probably Gixie food. Ding 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 ding.
Space is more special than any other. Why should so much mass move towards this one spot? And then, still not sure. The challenge was whatever we were heading for was very hard to observe because we had to look through the center of our galaxy, an area known as the zone of avoidance, and one through which our view is obscured by interstellar dust. But we could see through it with X-rays. And this method revealed a group of galaxies known as the Nova Cluster. But this alone wasn't enough to trouble the galaxies. So scientists watched the Great Attractor and came to a remarkable conclusion. It is itself in motion towards a greater source of mass. 650 million light years away, longer than Mars, supercluster, the largest for a billion light years. Known as the Shapley supercluster, this Leviathan contains the mass of more than 10,000 Milky Ways. But that wasn't the end. In 2017, researchers proposed a further element. Dubbed or propeller, it is a large ball in almost the exact opposite direction to the Shapley supercluster. Whereas Shapley falls, this area of space doesn't literally propel, but its intensity means it can't overcome more powerful gravitational forces. And we are sandwiched in the middle of this massive stellar ball, almost a billion years across. Though this may seem unbeatably large, this is only the beginning. Structural oddities appear in a large-scale mapping of the cosmos. One long-standing mystery that came to light in the early 2000s was related to the assumed homogeneity of our universe. The issue is fairly simple. If you divide the sphere of the CMB into 4 or 8, the top right is on average hotter than the bottom right. This effect disappears if you divide the sky into multiple pieces, quadrupole and octopole.
Said if you don't want to eat that dog food, all that time there, so just clean it up and put some more in. Stuck over there, like near where so the birds can get it in next to our garden there. He doesn't do it anyway. It's like birds, don't lick it.
solar system.
I'm going to feed them now. I'm going to watch these.
Chief scientist of the Dunsmap telescope, Charles Bennett, thinks that it must be a coincidence. It is then that there is a bit of a psychological
Wow, so I'll tell them.
with new data from the private telescope, the effect has been reduced. Of course, the University of Bielefeld in Germany, for a long time, after the community was hoping that this would go away. But it hasn't. It is still. We understand so much about invisible world. We can shift satellites and sky and take big pictures of the universe. Use these images to rewind the cosmos back to its first moments. Between general relativity and the standard model of particle physics, we think we have the work figured out. But there is much we do not know. Of course, in order to have structure in the universe, first, the universe must begin. So how did we get our start? What set off inflation? The answer to this question may be hidden in the patterns of the universe's largest structures. One idea is that in the primordial universe there was a roiling sea of dense vacuum energy, which is something to set off an inflationary bubble, which then grows into the universe. There's nothing saying ours was the only inflationary bubble. Perhaps another universe formed nearby, just on the other side of the sea of being. If it went to inflation, it might prevent us. So this is one big mystery that the CMB may yet hold the answer to. Great spots in the sky resulting from collisions with other bubble universes. We haven't seen anything yet. Even the possibility of evidence for multiverse theories is so sparse that merely a method to find a glimmer of proof is enough to excite scientists. Where are you? The observable universe, Laniakea, Virgo supercluster, local group, Milky Way, Orion arm, local cavity, local interstellar cloud, Oort cloud, solar system, Earth. At every scale, there is structure, there is order. This structure is governed by simple principles: gravity, which is dominated by dark matter, and expansion, which is now driven by dark energy, but which at one stage was the result of inflation. And yet these basic principles turn matter and energy into huge, beautiful structures, bathed in the warm glow of the cosmic microwave background radiation. Copernicus, Shapley, Zwicky, Rubin, Zeldovich, Peebles, Wells. All of these scientists and the teams that supported them have brought us this far in uncovering its secrets. And yet, despite all that we know, there are still mysteries out there in the stars. You've been watching the entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Find highly rated products at prices you would love. Start your search on Amazon today.
$100 trillion years from now, the last great civilization hides in the darkness. Throughout their glory days, their engineers walked entire star systems. They dismantled planets and asteroids to construct an immense interstellar empire. But now, in the twilight of their time, all this is long gone. All around them, the universe is dying as the last of the stars are going out. Over countless millennia, the sky has continued to fade into an eternal night, the aging universe fueled by desolation and decay. And so, in the darkness, they wait for the end. Long before they had realized it was coming, they knew the universe was on a Probably they hunted for a final place to wait out eternity and embarked on their last great feat of engineering. Around a lost and lonely black
Really not there.
demolished walls as raw materials, they constructed a shell.
Not really bad, is it? It's bizarre for me. What's happening? It's easy for me to talk when I'm like that. How can when stuff comes in, isn't it? Like, oh. Thinking of what the words are there, like, and then like talking to and stuff. It's like horrific in my mind.
Questions to which Einstein's theories begin to answer. What is space? Does time exist? And we're hunting for their ultimate nature into sudden clarity. Or did space and time just become elusive? Einstein offered them lunch, and they accepted. So he moved a whole bunch of papers from the table, opened 4 cans of beans with a can opener, heated them, stuck a spoon in each, and that was our lunch. Albert Einstein was a busy man, and often missed lunch. And that was back in 1915, in the century since our lives have only become more chaotic. And that is why a meal kit service like HelloFresh, our sponsors today, is such a great choice. HelloFresh delivers fresh, high-quality produce straight from the farm to your door, with more than 55 weekly meal options. But for everyone, and especially if you want to stay fit and healthy, I'm a big fan of fitness and eating the right food. But obviously, sometimes they're just after the hours in the day, with a microwave meal seems like the only option. HelloFresh has saved me from this tasteless horror. It hits full of genuinely really hard to get wrong, and that has come from an absolute complete disaster. Last, but definitely not least, the recent survey found their meals up to 72% cheaper than dining out or grocery shopping. Go to HelloFresh.com and use the code HISTORY16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. This is a great company, and the cherry on top is that they're also carbon neutral. Big thanks to HelloFresh for supporting educational content on YouTube.
That didn't look like that. That was attached to that then.
They could to keep going, to put off the inevitable. But try as they might.
I think whatever's on that big jumbo jet.
Yeah, but it's like it's got an escort with it, like whoever it is.
The Heidegger is surely
But like it was attached to it under one of the wings.
But when we grasp it, in a decade, a century, or a millennium, we will say to each other, how could we do otherwise? How could we have been so stupid? What is space? The question seems almost meaningless. As children, we learn to describe our surroundings as up, down, left, right, back, and front. We call it multi-dimensional and are free to explore each dimension. But just what is it, this universal platform on which we play out our lives? It is a question that occupied the minds of the earliest philosophers. In the 4th century BC, Plato declared that space was the nurse of becoming, a medium in which everything existed but with no qualities of its own, and the student Aristotle agreed that an empty void was impossible. But it would be more than 2,000 years before our concept of space was born. By the coming of the 17th century, modern science was crystallizing. The processes of the universe were being codified into physical laws, and the understanding of these physical laws was solving from myths and stories, the language of mathematics. Of course, Isaac Newton was at the forefront of this revolution, but before he enters our stage, we must first start the quote. In 1632, Galileo published his seminal work, Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems. He was in his mid-60s, and had already had multiple run-ins with the Roman Inquisition for his assertion that the Earth rotated around the Sun. So he decided to skirt controversy and spent the ensuing years quietly cementing his myriad ideas on space and the cosmos into a book. And at one point within this book, Venus floats. More specifically, the life of a sailor looked below deck in a windowless cabin. Plates, knives, and a goldfish in a bowl, a table, and a collection of birds, stars, and butterflies. Just what does the sailor experience? Tied up in port, the cabin is a
Seems like it. Whoever's done it, it's like I've acknowledged the timing where everyone's gonna kind of like gets then switched on a little bit, like with the telepathies. And if it's like can be like, if that's like going on for everyone now, like in a way, who's like maybe adults and stuff, it's just gonna start making everyone look like horrors. You know, it's like just like the bad intent and what's going on, like not to that, but like to that humiliating thing, like it's almost like there's bad intentions with it to wreck things I love in people I love.
That there must be no absolute concept of being at rest in space. Instead, everyone must experience any smooth, motion in the same way. Or uniform motion must feel like simply being still.
And they're still like the big kid if it in a way, like like me gaming and football and stuff. It's just like multicultural. It's been wrecking that in. I not even been able to play that proper. If it wasn't like it was just sat here like when it was going on in my head, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't like it would still be wrecking my head in, but I'd be able to like carry on like doing stuff a little bit. In fact, my thoughts just getting beamed in and trying to do 1-2s like with anti-fatty and stuff like that, and instead it's like and words are coming in. It's just like I'm gonna have to just turn everything off.
In today's world, any idea how much you'll put up with?
You want like the Barrow guy, like just playing for Barcelona, and then it's like the opposition teams and that. Do you know what I mean? Getting tackled, and it's just like then words are coming in. So like, not saying it, like it's just coming in at everyone. Just couldn't believe it. Someone must have been pretending to be like Snoop Dogg and that. Because it was like I asked probably someone was pretending to be Dr. Dre as well. Because I asked them if it was alright to marry Mercedes about a week ago. And then it started happening a bit then. and it was sounded like it was like that he was there. I was watching stuff like this doctor, about the MRSA jabs now. People need to be like filling up on vitamin D and that.
Unfortunately, upon publishing the book, Galileo...
It was only yesterday, like, when I realised, no way. Because I was like playing football and stuff. And it wasn't like I'd had a vision thing or anything last week. It was like just buzzing off me playing football against that. And then yesterday I could hear Snoop's voice properly. Just like, no way, what's going on here, like?
Within a year of Galileo's death, he of course needs little introduction and is known now as one of the greatest thinkers of his age, perhaps one of the greatest of all time. And whilst not his opponent, Gottfried Leibniz...
It's like that's like square one in a way, like just with like in my head. With all these like things it could, like people it could be and that, like even with my own brother and stuff. It's like imposters playing things.
Philosophers to this day, why there is something rather than nothing.
Crazy. I can't get my head around it. I mean, I've not even looked yet. I bet like if I had a look on the playroom, that's why I put it on. Thought that this is like what I'm getting, and that's like not who I am. All the people who are doing all them messages like.
And so this animosity carried over to their second disagreement. A simple question: what happens to a spinning bucket of water?
And then same again now. As soon as I started explaining that, it's like everything's just gone zoom.
Space and time would exist in a universe devoid of matter to experience any motion.
Been cut off.
To argue his point, Newton asked us to think about a bucket of water. If the bucket sits at rest, the surface of the water will be flat and level. But if we spin the bucket, the water
exactly the same thing
and its surface becomes curved.
As last night.
Newton asked, just what is the water spinning with respect to?
Someone will be on it there now. Are you talking to yourself or something like that?
Absolute space, something separate to the object itself. And so spinning a bucket in an empty universe would also curve the surface of the water. To Leibniz, space in an empty universe...
I'm not being negative. Like, just have a little bit of like moments in my mind, you know, like, not, well, I hope not, like, if anything comes in, it's not getting beamed at people. Excuse me.
And hence, no existence. Sadly, Leibniz died in 1716, with the argument still in full swing. And it was Newton's ideas that stuck. Absolute space, in its own nature, without relation to anything external, remains always similar and immovable. Absolute, true and mathematical time of itself and from its own nature flows equally without relation to anything external. This so-called absolute space and time would be the accepted science for nearly 2 centuries. But with the caveat of Galileo's rejection of absolute rest, relativity was still part of the argument. But that only applied to space. Time was a totally different matter. With its implicit direction, time appeared completely distinct. For Newton and Galileo, everyone's clock across the universe ticked with absolute synchronicity, a universal beat that ran through every event in the cosmos. 1 second on Earth, the same as a second anywhere else. But is this true? Is time malleable, or an unswerving metronome that drags the cosmos forward? Does time itself have properties, or is it defined only by the events that run in its current? To answer these questions, we must begin not with physicists wondering about clocks, rulers, and motion, but with heat. In the distant future universe, around the aging black hole, our dying civilization sits and waits. For sitting and waiting is all they can do. With the passing of the stars, raw energy had become the most precious thing. To preserve what they had slowed their very existence. Every aspect was focused upon survival as their sleepy eyes watched the ever-darkening skies. And as total, universal heat death crept across the cosmos, they realized that time was their ultimate enemy. You may see a cup of tea fall off a table and break into pieces on the floor, but you will never see the cup gather itself back together and jump back on the table. What is time? Like space, the nature of time occupied the minds of many ancient thinkers. In ancient Greece, Aristotle stated that time was simply the steps between before and after, whilst Hindu philosophers saw time as cyclical, from creation to destruction, over 4 billion years. But its true origin remained elusive. Like space, time seems to be something obvious, something that is just present. But it is clearly a different beast. We cannot, for example, freely travel through time. Unlike space, time has a direction, a distinct past, and a coming future. Of course, scientists can be pragmatic and not worry about the nature of time. Coupled with a ruler, a clock completes the experimenter's toolbox. But it doesn't mean we can ignore the question. And so to understand time fully, we must have to think about horses as steam engines. The coming of the Industrial Revolution presented humanity with a problem. The original engines of civilization, draft animals like horses and cattle, were relatively simple things. Understanding how much to feed them and how much to work them was easy. A certain number of bales of hay could guarantee a day's work from a well-fed animal. But what of newfangled machines, such as a steam engine? How much work can you get out of a heap of coal? This was an important question from an economic standpoint. Do you even bother to replace a horse with an engine if it is going to cost more to feed it? And it was out of this conundrum that thermodynamics was born. Many minds were wrestling over the question of the ultimate efficiency of engines. Indeed, at the time of thermodynamics' inception, a typical engine only worked at 3% efficiency. In a physical steam engine, the heat of the fire is used to boil water, but some of the fire's heat just radiates into the air. Metal scrapes against metal, screeching loud and hot to the touch, both forms of energy loss. In any physical steam engine, this loss of heat as waste is inevitable. And indeed, within the mathematics of thermodynamics, perfect efficiency is found to be an illusion. The concentrated energy released from burning coal must be degraded as it flows through the engine, and some must be lost into the surroundings. Eventually, a new measure was introduced to account for this increase of decay and disorder: entropy. And it is probability that dictates how this happens. As the early 20th century physicist George Gamow put it, the room
you haven't got like a jam window.
is filled uniformly by air, from wall to wall and from floor to ceiling. And it never even occurs to you that the air
So that was like a bit
unexpected
open it.
in a far corner, leaving you to suffocate.
It's open it for it. I made the mistake of like trying to like just hit the glass like that, just for it, knock it open. My hand went through it. That's right. That's. Oh, in fact, that's not that one. That was my thumb. That.
Disorder is always
doing dishes.
far more likely.
Not like glass, put my hand in, just clean it like that. Glass, as I pushed my hand in like that, glass broke. It like pulled it down, just pulled all that skin all the way up there. Like. That's what that scar is. Forgot about that one.
Planets, stars, galaxies, filaments, all march.
Shows that brittle glass, like, you know, like really hot water, it can do. So you should never put boiling water in it.
These ideas was proposed by Lord Kelvin, for whom the measurement
Unless it's Pyrex, like, so you can withstand boiled water.
There is a universal
Normal glass, it just breaks.
which produces exhaustion of potential energy through the material universe. The result would inevitably be a state of universal rest and death. The universe
I was just learning by experience that and then finding out that way.
And so, this time, a constantly dying universe, for inevitable
Doing the dishes though, like so.
going out one by one in a steady march from potential energy to waste, leaving the trillion-year-old universe dark and spent. One of the great minds to occupy himself with entropy and the arrow of time was James Clerk Maxwell, the iconic Scottish 19th century scientist. His views on thermodynamics shaped our understanding of heat and gases, and he did all of this with the assistance of a demon. Maxwell understood the implications of entropy. If he mixed two gases, one hot and one cold, the result would be warm gas. And he knew that the gas would stay warm and mixed rather than separating into two halves. But he wondered, what if we introduced a tiny demon who can sense each and every atom in the gas? This demon can turn around atoms, directing slow atoms to one side and fast to the other. As the temperature of a gas is a reflection of the average speed of its atoms, the demon could effectively separate the warm gas into two unequal halves, one hot and one cold.
I think little kid must have like powers, not like, so just to like amplify everybody.
Gas and created a more ordered state, hot and cold gas. And whilst this is only a thought experiment, arguments
Dave saying yes again then. Or her, I don't know.
Some have stated that the
Sounds like a
must
lot.
keep spending energy to sort the gas atoms, and so total entropy will continue to rise. However, some have proposed that it is not energy that is important, but the fact that the demon uses information, namely the speed of the atoms, to do the sorting. Linking energy, entropy, and information might seem a little strange, but over the last 3/4 of a century, this link has become stronger and stronger, because any touch of a computer will tell you, processing information
In them words then.
avoids heat. But the situation is even more complex than that. For it is not
It never kept us doing nothing, was like going
that leads to
through it like that, and it was just kind of like,
forgetting. When we add 3 and 2,
it's like it, listening for it. So I was saying, I wasn't like trying to make it come
together.
through to me then. It was just like, even that, I need to try and just like stop doing that. That's like,
inside a computer,
start thinking of it. It's like, it's just another way for it to come back, like,
they are forgotten as the
finding.
answer is spat out. The calculation is irreversible. The inputs lost to the universe. And in the action of forgetting, the logic gates heat up just a little. In this way, thermodynamics provides us with the ultimate limit for forgetting. Called the Landauer limit, it is the inevitable release of energy from erasing a single bit of information, and at room temperature, it is just over 100 of an electron volt. Proven experimentally in 2012, scientists believe that at present computer chips produce thousands of times more heat than this limit, but by 2035, they will most likely reach it. That tiny bit of waste heat inescapably increasing the entropy of the universe. Ultimately, across the cosmos, it is this irreversibility of calculations that drives entropy to increase. Forgetting information is therefore an essential ingredient for defining an arrow of time. Does this mean that for yesterday and tomorrow to have meaning, we must forget? Is the existence of the future implicitly tied to our inability to remember? And it is now we can return to our lonely civilization on the brink of universal heat death in the far distant future.
Playing Assassin's Creed Unity in Paris.
And entropy maximum. With time,
I'm going to feed you now. It's nearly, I think it's just gone half past. Oh well.
And so, we have now reached
nearly
a turning point. The foundations of modern time and space can only get us so far. And though they are useful, there is another revolution coming.
Smell this, and then I'm going to go and feed
Directly to the last days of our lonely black hole world. And as we continue in our journey, we are going to have to explore new time and new space.
I mean, someone was on about some of the messages that come through yesterday. There was like psyops. I've never like watched anything like that, but something come on YouTube, like some psyop thing, and it's like so it's like those who like for KGB and it's CIA doing like channeling and going. That's like what it is, isn't it? So it's some stuff going on here, like it's not just all just added. There's some other human bad entities like at work at the minute. Psyops and that, whoever that was. Can't even remember the name. Whoever it was putting that in. It's like they know what's going on.
Almost vertically above
put that in.
The brightest star of the northern skies, Vega of Berlaia, 26 years away at the speed of light, near enough to the point of no return for us short-lived creatures, for no man will ever turn homewards beyond Vega to greet again those he knew and loved on Earth.
After C. Clarke.
The speed of light has always been mysterious. Early experiments in flashing lights back and forth had shown that it must be much faster than sound. So, scientists wondered, was it infinite in speed? It was in 1676 that Danish astronomer Ole Rømer finally found the answer. Rømer was observing the moons of Jupiter as they circled the giant planet, and timing just when they entered the gas giant's planetary shadow. He had assumed that the orbits ticked like clockwork, and so would be able to predict just when the eclipses of the moons would begin and end. But as he observed the moon Io throughout the year, his predictions got steadily worse, and then better again. It became clear that the accuracy of his predictions depended upon our distance to Jupiter, and he would need to include the extra time taken by light to travel
static, that's what
so,
the old static knowledge is that Jupiter's atmosphere, it's in the Earth's magnetic field and the sun as well.
Not far off our modern estimate of about 300,000.
Can't really get it anymore, do it, like on these modern TVs.
But precisely what light was would have to wait for 2 centuries. As well as the confusing implications of James Clerk Maxwell's demon, he is also famous for intertwining
echo on the CBs. You know, it's bouncing around the stratosphere.
What he found was nothing more than a self-propagating combination of the two, and written into these equations was light's blistering speed. But there was still a problem. Just what was this speed relative to? Maxwell's equations gave no answers, so physicists began to search for a solution. Perhaps, they hypothesized, light traveled in an invisible medium, a mysterious ether permeating the entire cosmos. But that would also imply an ultimate state of rest in the universe, a worrying thought, as this would break Galileo's relativity. The problem was severe. So whilst one group of physicists set out to measure the properties of this supposed ether, others took the evidence in front of them and made an even larger leap. And chief among these was a young Albert Einstein. Einstein wondered why electricity and magnetism would not obey Galileo's relativity. Why should experiments specifically using the flow of electricity or spin of a magnet
I'm going to feed you now.
Absolute motion? In a bold step, he declared that they cannot. And with that,
that food's been there. And you've not had it.
Galileo's ship, Einstein proposed.
And now that I've put it out there for the birds.
Whether the ship was secured in port or smoothly sailing on a glassy sea.
Magpies in that, crows, and
Of course not
they'll eat
the
that.
ship was moving, but neither would measuring the speed of light.
Then you come in, go, oh,
In a vacuum,
because you've just been trying to eat it through that
this
fence.
final statement seemed to fly in the face of the universe as laid out by Newton. In Newtonian mechanics, you could simply add speeds
I'm gonna feed you
together,
now.
and each observer would measure different speeds dependent on their own motion. But according to Einstein, this was not the case for light. Everyone would measure the same speed.
Talking to them then.
Stationary, going at 50 knots or 50
Little
knots.
Jesuses. Oh, well.
If this was true, something else had to give.
You ladies, aren't you?
Freedom in the
So,
equations was the very
that lady in
of
Lexi.
space and time themselves. For it to work, each observer must have their own measurement of space.
All
Each
the
observer
time.
must have their own measurement.
All things great and beautiful, all creatures great and small.
With special relativity, it was the
All
same.
things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all.
Space and time. Space and time were no longer the universal stage on which physics played out. And just as Maxwell had combined electricity and magnetism, space-time, too, was about to unite.
Okay, I see you. Okay, let me see you, Cherry Hill. Yeah, now take
Some sport. So I can play basketball, but can't shoot. So that white men can't jump advert film, every time shoots and it's like, break! That's what it is for me. Spin a ball, I can get a ball spinning on my finger and that, like, make it travel over different fingers then. Bit Harlem Globe satellite.
Live your best fun on the UK's fastest 5G network. Free.
Hey, check this out. You might keep checking your ex on socials, but do you check your credit score regularly? You might get some nasty surprises if you don't. Join 13 million people who stay on top of their credit score with Experian, the UK's most trusted credit score provider.
Harlem
Globe. Do Experian first.
Seen them on TV quite a few times, like.
Gentlemen, the views of space and time which I wish to lay before you, they are radical. Henceforth, space by itself and time by itself are doomed to fade away into mere shadows, and only a kind of union of the two will preserve an independent reality. In 1908, Hermann Minkowski, Einstein's former professor, came up with an idea. In reaction to the revelations of special relativity in 1905, he had decided to explore the geometry of these new equations. In Einstein's formulation, space was space and time was time, and to transform from one observer's viewpoint to another, you needed to mix the two together. But Minkowski pointed out that it was simpler to mix space and time together into space-time than to transform one observer's space-time to another through geometry. And so, finally, combined space-time was formed. This new melding of the three dimensions of space and one dimension of time has come to be known as Minkowski space, though Minkowski himself tragically died in 1909, before his idea had been fully embraced by the physics community. Newtonian space and time may have been completely upended, but Einstein was still not happy. Though his ideas had revolutionized our ideas of the universe, they could not account for gravity. Newton's gravitational equations needed the distance between masses, and special relativity now told us that no one can even agree on what these distances were. So Einstein went back to the drawing board and spent a decade thinking about gravity. What eventually emerged from these ruminations in 1915 was a solution that shocked physics to its core. Einstein had taken Minkowski's geometric picture of space-time and made both space and time bendy and stretchy, the presence of mass and energy producing this curvature. Within this general theory, Einstein concluded that gravity, as a force, simply did not exist. The effects of gravity were encoded within the curvature of space and time. Newton's picture of space and time was well and truly dead, for not only were space and time relative, they were flexible as well. The consequences of Einstein's vision of relativity were quickly uncovered. In the special theory, the relative ticks of clocks depended on motion, and whilst everyone feels time passing at 1 second per second, different clocks will tick off different amounts of time. But with the coming of the general theory, time was shaken even more, as where you are also influences the tick of your clock. The presence of mass curves space and curves time, and so gravity can dictate the relative ticking of a clock. The following year, in 1916, Karl Schwarzschild solved the field equations of relativity for a spherical mass, and written inside his equations was a completely collapsed mass, squeezed into a point. Whilst it didn't get its name for another 50 years, Schwarzschild had the mathematics for a black hole. His solution showed that black holes bend both space and time, and with this intense curvature comes intense gravitational pulls, not even light able to escape. In the vicinity of a black hole, where gravitational fields are immense, time becomes more and more curved as you get closer to the center. Compared to clocks in the distant universe, near the heart of darkness, time ticks very slowly. And it wasn't just black holes that sprung from the new equations. In the centuries since Einstein's gravitational insight, many more bizarre solutions have been found. Throughout the relativistic literature, there are wormholes, warp drives, and even entire curved universes, all built from the malleable nature of space and time. In 1919, observations of the deflection of stars proved this theory and made Einstein a superstar. And so scientists turned their attention to measuring the effects of general relativity to further cement the concept.
Excuse me!
One of the weirdest of these experiments was undertaken by Joseph Haffer and Richard Keating in 1971. Their equipment was a series of very accurate cesium clocks and a set of jet plane journeys that completely encircled the Earth. To begin the experiment, all the clocks were placed in the same location and synchronized. Some of the clocks then headed off on a plane, some heading to the east and others to the west, some moving with the Earth's rotation, others against it. $7,600 was spent on flights, with 2 seats on each plane, going to miss the clock. And because they were flying, they were in a different gravitational field to the clocks left behind. After they had circled the world twice, they were all brought together. If the universe was governed by Newton's absolute time, they should all have remained in sync. But if Einstein was correct, relative motions and space-time curvature should de-sync them. The experiment was wrong, and the clocks were reunited. They differed by a few hundred
Honest, you're not going to...
Einstein.
Seriously?
The winner.
Is that what you're doing?
There is one more test of relativity.
Very smart. Stop that smirking at me. Mom, don't go sniffing about though, I've just made it. It's good. Mom.
Einstein found stretched space-time can also...
Mom.
Just as Maxwell found that electricity and magnetism could ripple, so could gravity. But Einstein couldn't decide if his mathematics were correct or if he was fooling himself, and struggled to conclude whether these gravitational waves were a part of reality.
It's like I got the wrong word then.
A young astronomy student who made a spectacular
It's like a comedy.
Taylor, whilst peering into the universe with
I've got all the words, meaning like...
telescope, he found
It's like a...
pulsar, the rapidly spinning dead heart of a star. This pulsar,
It's like a comedy. I'm trying to just like some comedy dog. Oh, why? Why don't... What are you going to do? No, I'm going to go and start trying to eat that through the fence again.
Dead star heart, a neutron star, and with the regular beats of the pulsar, they were able to accurately chart the cosmic dance. What they found, however, was quite unexpected. With Newtonian gravity, these dead stars should orbit each other for eternity. But Taylor and others found that the orbits were shrinking, and the stars were slowly but steadily being drawn together. Somehow, the energy of their orbits was leaking out into the universe. And it was then Taylor and Hulse realized Einstein's gravitational waves were an ideal culprit. They delved into the mathematics of general relativity and calculated how the orbiting stars formed ripples in space-time, showing how they could carry away precisely enough energy to explain the orbital demise. In 1993, Taylor and Hulse received the Nobel Prize for their discovery, and 24 years later, the prize was awarded for the direct detection of gravitational waves. That experiment was the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory.
Chains, yep. So you've got no loads of chains in that as well.
Sensitivity can feel the tiny ripples of space-time. LIGO has opened a new, shaping window in the universe. They are
Glad for me just to listen to some tunes and stuff as well. In a minute.
Now, astronomers even plan to hunt the oldest gravitational waves formed in the birth of the universe. And so, in this new world ushered in by Einstein, it is clear that the entire cosmos is written in the language of gravity, of curved and warped space and time. But there was one more secret to uncover, hidden in the equations. First realized by Alexander Friedmann in 1922 and later proved by Edwin Hubble, the expansion of the universe is the expansion of space, expanding from a single point 13.8 billion years ago, known today as the Big Bang. Put very simply, there was less space yesterday, and there will be more space tomorrow. Every galaxy has been found to be moving further and further away from us, bar our local group, at an average rate of 70 kilometers a second, a megaparsec, which actually means that at the moment, for every 3.26 million light-years distance away from us a galaxy is, it is moving away from us at an extra 70 kilometers a second. So, a galaxy 326 million light-years from us is moving at 7,000 kilometers a second. And a galaxy 32.6 billion light-years away, which recedes from us faster than the speed of light. This may seem bizarre after everything we have learned up until this point, but the universe's speed limit only applies to objects moving through space.
Sound shit to that.
Are not moving through space. Space is
Well,
simply growing between us. This expanding universe makes curving and bending space-time even more complicated to understand. As equations show that space is infinite, what is actually happening is that the universe is becoming less dense. And clearly, this decrease in density is not completely uniform across the cosmos. You, for example, are not slowly drifting apart. Individual galaxies, too, hold themselves together due to their neutral gravity. But as this gravity is a manifestation of the curvature of space, what happens at the boundary between expanding and non-expanding space? That is not the only problem, as expanding space makes the form of yesterday's space-time different to tomorrow's space-time. Thus,
Is that nice? Is it good?
One of the key properties of the universe, conservation of energy. The importance of symmetry in physics was laid out in detail by mathematician Emmy Noether. In this case, a symmetry meaning that when you change your situation, the physics remains the same. Changing location doesn't change physics, meaning momentum is conserved.
I'm gonna put that thing back on. One watching. Hello. do you know how to get bad magic onto your head?
Seriously? You ate all the crisps?
I guess so.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Put it back on my head. Crystal body. Did relieve a lot of pressure that like before. I thought like because them red crystals is quite apparently quite chilling. To put it underneath there, so it gets that red light through it a bit as well. No, that one's not so red. I'm gonna put that back on. That's red and white. Like that, keep I've only done this from this morning, I've only ever done this morning, Can you shut it on?
Tutores
say it sometimes, it's like horror words. So it sounds like I'm saying it, but because it's in my head, because it's in my head and I'm thinking it, just saying those horror words, it sounds like it feels like I'm getting put across, now I'm saying it. Because I'm thinking it through and saying it's horror words now. Probably would just doesn't get hurt like that, with little kids and that, they just can hear proper horror words. Doesn't even in my head, and then little kids, even it. It's wrecking me down. It's wrecked it in already, but straight away. Doesn't make me humiliated. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trying to talk it out, do you know what I mean? It just makes me wrecked in and makes me angry. It's like whoever's done it must be wanting to try and feed off some anger or something. That's just sick. Angry like that, so I was trying to when I was having a bounce a bit yesterday, cricket ball and having some words and that. I was apologising to them, do you know, that I might even be wrong about that, and everyone's beautiful at me, do you know what I mean? It's just horrible of me that, but it's because of getting anger into me. Sounded horrible, when I woke up and was kicking it through a bit. And it was someone here. And it was words spoken, the verb and that, and I woke up about it feeling that. I go and knock on and apologise. I never got no filters, man. I need to get some filters. I need to filter my head. I need to get some filters. And then I can go to bed. It's 5 days today now, a bit. gone, sorry dogs, shut your mouth there. Sometimes. So what's that thing the other day? Was that guy that said like he was having connections with people like I don't know whether because so I said my brother like you know like that was where that was then like. I think it's that because like I don't know, it's that, the mates and that growing up and stuff like and tunes and that. So I don't know whether that's like very good words sometimes. Not like them hate words like where it just kind of comes into the head like just like brother like that. My brother like but that's why I don't sing it. That's why I don't sing it like with rap tunes and that I know like anymore like it's not for me to say like talking like that like even though I know what it means and stuff like it's in brother. So yeah, so it's like see back to get going in like, you know saying that like yeah but as I said don't say that like from it not that I didn't like it so I'm just going to say yeah man like stuff for getting sorted. And then like I could keep on top of it then. Better. Because like I didn't know what kind of dog shit Suze was like. Kind of just went out everywhere. Been cutting them and stuff, like cutting the fur. I'm gonna give him a third dugger in a minute. Food lions. Bringing the garden home. I'm only messing. Waggington Bears. PlayStation. No, horror. It's not even funny, it's just like... The only thing I'm kind of like glad of, that those who were aiming it, know like what's kind of happening from it. And like my eyes pretty bashed in, like. Sometimes it sticks, but it's not like a kind of demon thing, it's just because like my eyes broke, because it's a dog. So I wake up, sometimes it wrecks. It's like my lens has been cracked inside, scratches me in the inner eyeball. And then like it'll try and open it and it'll just like stick a little bit before it opens. It's nothing through like any horror. I mean, I couldn't even like look at them pictures the other day properly. So I know, like within myself, it's getting less every time I think it's going or gone. Just binge back in, like. I think like, pardon me, wedding ceremonies and stuff, and then something flashing in there and everybody like in the events. To go in with a Professor X helmet, but the other way around. Suppress it. That was like horrible. That kid did that the other day. So it's like cousins or something with Mercedes. Right, that's what gave me a tiny comfort in there. Then thinking, at least like everybody can have an idea what's going on, or has an idea what's going on. Shih Tzu. Shih Tzu, Shih Tzus. Oh, let's have a look at what number it's up to. Oh, it's 145. It's not bad. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:30. It's 145 shocking messages from somewhere. Callie's quality carrot gaming TVs, is it? 28 minutes ago. Oh look, Japan. Go car shopping in a minute. Oh, I mean, sounds like someone's trying to put a Japanese accent. Oh, Dwight Jones, there it is. Dwight Jones, I folded a king-size bedsheet in half and made my pants. Well, Dwight, if you hadn't to shit yourself, you wouldn't have had to do that, would you? Oh look, there's the Diddy symbol. More. Scottish Junkies, Dick TV. Spelt indigestion wrong. Insuggestion. Woman's drug. I don't even know what he's on about. I can't remember last time I had anything like that. Got to get out more, wee man. Says the bedroom bullies. See, they can't even write proper because they're all fucked up on Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels there. Jack Daniels there. Jack Daniels there. Well, do you know, he's been talking about a car now for that long. I think he's wrong in head. Do you know what I mean? He keeps saying he's bought one. Really? Do you know what I mean? That's all they've got. That's all they've got. Each day, the same words, like. That's the lack of imagination they've got every day. And they come on here giving me shit, and that's all they've got. No imagination, nothing but like some failing bully tactic. Because it doesn't work on me. I mean, might get me a little bit angry in that sometimes, but it doesn't make me stop having a game and putting it on to show the world what they are like. Because they've got no class at all, because they can't put the faces to it. They just put other people's faces to it. It's like skitting somebody else. It's people like that. Well, having a humiliation.